Hey everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam. Thanks for tuning in to the live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. And this afternoon, this evening, and even overnight tonight, maybe even to tomorrow morning, going to be dealing with a large-scale severe thunderstorm and tornado threat across portions of the southeastern United States. We have torcons of 8 through 7, also a very high chance for severe thunderstorms, mainly across Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. I'll get to TRA weather predictions, torcons, future radar, and more in just a little bit. But first, let's take a look at the current radar right now. We're dealing with 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. We were dealing with a tornado warning about 20 to 25 minutes ago. I'll go back to show you that. This was just northeast of the Houston area in southeastern Texas. You can see this was right around the Shepherd area, though thankfully as we go to storm relative velocity, there was a little bit of rotation, as you can see there, though it was very weak and it did not last long. The National Weather Service did not issue a new warning and it was not extended. So this cell is no longer a tornado warned cell, though it's still definitely a very powerful cell here. You can see where this has actually been issued a severe thunderstorm warning. So take a look at this. This is in the Woodville area in eastern Texas. Let me shift this over here so we can see that properly. Okay, so National Weather Service in Lake Charles issued a severe thunderstorm warning for central Taylor County and southeastern Texas until 1:45 p.m. Central Time. Live in that area, that county I listed, or those cities. Make sure to get safe. There is a cell that's rather powerful heading towards your area. Also, not just that one severe thunderstorm warning, one over here in north central Louisiana. Lines moving north, or I should say right around east by northeast. Let me turn off that so we can see that, at about 45 miles per hour. So a lot of speed associated with this line. So we're going to be dealing with that a lot today. Let's go over to the Jackson, Mississippi radar site. We have another severe thunderstorm warning just southwest of Jackson, Mississippi. In fact, it may head towards your area in just a little bit. This includes the areas of Bryan, Terry, and also Crystal Springs. Live in those areas, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. So let's take a look where the other two are, which are in Arkansas and a little further to the southeastern portion of Texas. This cell just developed. We're gonna be dealing with a lot of this today, especially this evening and overnight tonight. Going to have pop-up thunderstorms. Most of the tornadoes are going to come from those. And in fact, we just got a brand new tornado warning. This is the second one of the day. This is in this looks to be in Louisiana. Let's see what portion of Louisiana this is in. This is in the north central portion of Louisiana with that severe thunderstorm warned storm. Now it's become a tornado warned storm. Let's take a look at this. We'll see the info. National Weather Service in Shreveport has issued a tornado warning for west central Grant Parish in north central Louisiana, east central Natchitoches Parish in northwestern Louisiana, southwestern Wynn Parish in north central Louisiana until 2 p.m. Central Time. These also include the cities of Flora, Provincial, Montgomery, Natchez, Aloha, Verda, and Wheeling. Take a look at storm relative velocity. This is the velocity going way in towards the radar site, able to see tight circulations when this happens. So have wind speeds estimated at 52 miles per hour to the western portion of where the center of circulation is. A little to the east, we have 14 miles per hour, but in the exact opposite direction than the previous one. So that is, you can see right there where we have really about 1 mile an hour, 0 miles per hour. That's where the center of that possible tornado is. So if you live in those areas, make sure to get safe. Take a really quick see if there's any debris, and thankfully there is not. Live in those areas, make sure to get safe. National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for your area. And also, welcome to the chat, Aiden Stone. Is there any rain for Georgia? Yes, Georgia is going to get a lot of rain this afternoon, evening, and overnight tonight. Rainfall totals could reach actually over 5 inches in some portions of the central and southern portion of the state of Georgia. I'll have, again, the future radar predictions and torcons coming up in just a little bit. Keep an eye on that tornado warning. Also, those 5 severe thunderstorm warnings have one more to take a look at. This is in the northwestern portion of Arkansas, a little further away than the majority of the severe weather will be today, though it's not possible. It is possible for storms to get this far north. So here's that severe thunderstorm warning. Thankfully, not really any rotation. Got a decent cell with this, though. Probably some quarter-size hail. Moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. No major cities are showing up on my radar, though this is in effect for northern Johnson County in western Arkansas and southwestern Newton County in north central Arkansas till 1:30 p.m. Central Time. Those are the 5 severe thunderstorm warnings and the one tornado warning we have. And again, I'm expecting a lot of tornado warnings later on the evening and overnight tonight across much of the state of Mississippi, Alabama, Florida Panhandle, and Louisiana, like we're seeing right now, and even into Georgia. So let's get to the future radar forecast. This is from the NAM 3KM model. And we're going to start out at 4 p.m. I'm going to go forward one more time. 5 p.m. Eastern Time today. See, there's lots of storms all across the southeastern United States. Portions of the Carolinas getting some thunderstorms. Not really where the majority of the severe weather will be, though. When you start getting to southern Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, you can see lots of pop-up thunderstorms, and also some supercells can be expected with when those pop up. Later on this evening, right around 9 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, still have those pop-ups, thunderstorms happening across the southern portion of the United States in Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas. Definitely a possibility of tornadoes. Sweet spot will be in southern Alabama and southern Mississippi, in the very eastern portion of Louisiana and western Georgia. Forward to 1 a.m. tonight, those thunderstorms, those pop-up supercells, actually may form a line of storms later on the night goes. They get a little more organized, and there may be a line of storms that starts to develop across Alabama and Mississippi. Later on into the overnight hours, into very early tomorrow morning, that line is now in southeastern Alabama, Florida Panhandle, Georgia, though just some moderate rain into the states of the Carolinas and Tennessee. Now later on to tomorrow morning, right around 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time, there's a line of showers. That's main threat is strong straight line winds and also hail. A few tornadoes can still be expected, though hopefully the tornado threat is less by this time tomorrow morning. Now to the afternoon hours, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, still that line of showers just on the coast of both Georgia and the Carolinas, and right around 3 to 4 p.m. hopefully the system is now over the Atlantic Ocean, not really bringing any much of a severe threat anymore to the southeastern United States. So now let's go over to the National Weather Service hazards map. This is across the southeastern United States. See the area shaded in yellow also covers some portions more of Louisiana and Mississippi. That's under a tornado watch, 2 separate tornado watches, because conditions are favorable for tornadoes to happen within the watched area, the area shaded in yellow. We also have some wind advisories across portions of southern Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and the Florida Panhandle, and a flash flood watch for much of central Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, and even portions of the Carolinas. Again, a lot of rain is going to fall from the system, whether you get severe weather or not, really across the entire southeast. Now the power outage map across the entire United States, dealing with 2 minor outage events. One in Texas, 14,000 customers without power, roughly around 30 to 35,000 people. Let's take a look at that real quick. And we're going to the counties within Texas. Let's go a little further down. Yeah, mainly the eastern portion of the state. You can see like the counties of Cherokee, also a little further to north, Van Zendent. You have some outages, and those are where those severe storms went through your area. So now over to Alabama, 15,000 customers without power. Again, around 30 to 40,000 outages. Most of it is actually in the central portion of the state, near the Cosa County, Tallapoosa County, and also Chilton County have all minor and major outages. 3,100 customers without power, 3,800 customers without power, and then 7,100 customers without power in the state of Alabama. It's mainly isolated to just 3 counties within the state of Alabama. And I'm expecting that to also go up throughout the evening and overnight tonight across mainly Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, even more so for Alabama, and also Georgia. So now let's go back to the radar. I'm going to show you the current torcons for the eastern half of the United States. So you see mainly the torcons are in the southeastern portion of the United States. Have torcons of 7 through 8 for portions of west central Georgia, southern Alabama, southern Mississippi, and northern Louisiana. Again, with torcons of 7 through 8. Outside of that, torcons of 5 through 6 in the lighter red shaded area. Then into the yellow shaded area, torcons of 3 through 4. Major cities under that include Atlanta, New Orleans, and Little Rock. And then torcons of 1 through 2. Chances of a tornado are rather low in the light green shaded area. Cities under that include Nashville, Charlotte, and also Little Rock. You are under that 1 through 2 torcon for this possible tornado outbreak. Now over to the TRA weather prediction for, again, the eastern half of the United States. Actually have a highest risk category again. Had one last week, and now we have another one. This is right around where that 7 through 8 torcon was. Again, west central Georgia, southern Alabama, Mississippi, and northern Louisiana. Those are under the highest risk, very high risk shaded in purple, and then the high risk shaded in red. Cities under that also include Atlanta, New Orleans, and Little Rock. Then we get into the medium and low risk shaded areas in yellow and green. Now, storm hazards. Hazardous areas of southeastern United States. This is expected through today, overnight tonight, and into Monday. See, we have a highest risk threat for wind shear. There's, again, just like last week where we had that tornado outbreak, a lot of wind shear available in the southeastern United States. Again, the southern Alabama and southern Mississippi region, there was almost more wind shear than we had last week, and so not good at all to hear that. We also have risk levels of 4 through 5 for lightning, tornadoes, hail, and wind. And below that is rain, flood, and power outages and CAPE, all at risk levels 3 out of 5 for this storm event. So let's go back to the current radar. Go back to that one tornado warning in north central Louisiana. It's also followed by a severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning is within that severe thunderstorm warning. This is right around the Montgomery area in north central Louisiana. Let's take a look at storm relative velocity, see if we have any better rotation showing up. And looking at this now, near the Flora and Cypress area, that's where that possible tornado is. Some pretty strong velocities going in opposite directions close to each other. So that's probably where that tornado would be, right in between, again, the Flora and Cypress areas. Though over the last run, you can see it was actually rather strong before when they originally issued this, though the latest run is a little weaker, thankfully. Hope that trend continues. Now you're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather, going to monitor this possible severe weather and tornado outbreak across the southeastern United States. If you are new to the channel, make sure to like, share this video, and also subscribe to TRA Weather. And also check out the links listed below to my Instagram and Twitter pages, and an invite link to my weather Discord channel. Monitoring 1 tornado warning, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings, and also 3 flash flood warnings. Watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. everyone, weather forecaster Liam here again. We got one tornado warning that I've been monitoring for quite a while. We just got a brand new tornado warning in the state of Texas. Right before I get to that one, let's take a look at this one in north central Louisiana. Again, still around the Montgomery area in north central Louisiana, the Verda area, the Wheeling area. You are under this tornado warning. Take a look from the National Weather Service. The tornado warning for east central Natchitoches Parish is canceled. Lived in that parish, you are no longer under that tornado warning. Tornado warning remains in effect until 2 p.m. Central Time for west central Grant and southwestern Wynn parishes, and that should expire within the next 4 minutes. And they may issue a new one, or they may not. So let's take a look at storm relative velocity. Go back a few frames. This signature actually intensified a little bit just southwest of the Montgomery area. This is now 2:39 Eastern Time. Still around, still pretty decent signature, and it's still around. It's not really gotten weaker or really intensified. Still around the same intensity as it was. So if you live right around the Verda area in north central Louisiana, you're under a tornado warning. That area in particular, and they may issue a brand new tornado warning within the next right now only 4 minutes. So live in those areas, make sure to get safe. And if you do live east of this area, just north of the Dry Fron area, west of Georgetown, you may get under a tornado warning in about 3 minutes now. So just heads up if you live in that area. Let's go to the other tornado warning that just popped up in Texas, very southeastern Texas, southwest of the city of Houston. This is a storm relative velocity. You can see definitely some rotation there. It's not very strong, though. You can definitely see that on the radar. National Weather Service in League City has issued a tornado warning for west central Brazos County and southeastern Texas, northeastern Matagorda County, and southeastern Texas until 2:30 p.m. Central Time. See that rotation right there? This is moving, let me go over here to the north by northeast at 28 miles per hour, or 28 knots, right around 35 miles per hour, eventually being in the West Columbia area, the Wild Peach Village area, just north of the Old Ocean area, and also southwest of the Holiday Lakes area. Live in the counties I listed, these cities, you are under a tornado warning, again, just southwest of the city of Houston, Texas. Monitor these now 3 tornado warnings. Just got, I believe, an extension to that other tornado warning up here. Yes, we did. Right before I go, let's take a look at that. So here's that new tornado warning. Let's take a look at this. National Weather Service issued a tornado warning for northeastern Grant Parish in north central Louisiana, northwestern La Salle Parish in north central Louisiana, and southeastern Wynn Parish in north central Louisiana until 2:45 p.m. Central Time. All right, now it doesn't look like any major cities are showing up. Actually, there we go. There's a few. Somerville, Searcy, Georgetown, Toulouse, you are under the severe thunderstorm warning and also tornado warning. Make sure to get to the lowest and most interior level of your home if you haven't already. You are under a tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service. Monitoring these 3 tornado warnings and 6 severe thunderstorms, as well as 3 flash flood warnings. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. I'll be back in a little bit with brand new information on these tornado warnings and a look at our TRA weather predictions, Torcons, and the future radar. Make sure to like and share the video if you haven't already, and subscribe to TRA Weather for all the latest weather news and information. Hey everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam back with you again with another update on the severe weather outbreak for the southeastern United States. Right now dealing with 2 tornado warnings, 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 flash flood warnings, and also 2 special marine warnings. We've been monitoring this one in north central Louisiana for quite some time now, still under a tornado warning. Let's take a few frames back to around 3:15 p.m. Eastern time. Go to storm relative velocity. You can see even further than that, this storm actually got a little more organized, and as of what the velocity shows, you see those bright blues and reds close together. That is 44 miles per hour in one direction. A little further to the southeast, now 23 miles per hour, but in the exact opposite direction. This was 309. Let's go forward to 317. Still showing that maybe a little weaker than it originally was before. In the latest scans, really show that tornado signature really start to get kind of less organized. I don't really see much going on here. If there is one, it's just southeast of Georgetown in north central Louisiana. You live in that area, or let me go to the counties here, or I should say parishes. Tornado warning remains in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Time, and that has now just been canceled. So if you lived under that tornado warning in north central Louisiana, it is no longer in effect. As I saw with the latest scan of storm relative velocity, really kind of fell apart, which is good news. Though they have not waited for it to been expired, they just went ahead and canceled it. Very good news to hear that. Though we still have that tornado warning in southeastern Texas. Let's go to a closer radar site. In fact, we have a report. Looks to be multiple reports of a tornado on the ground. So we have a funnel cloud report. This was in Barroso County, Texas. A report of rotating wall cloud with a funnel cloud. So tornado wasn't quite on the ground, though a little after that in the same county, tornado was reported just off Highway 35 in very southeastern Texas, just southwest of the Houston area in Texas. Still have that tornado warning. Let's go to storm relative velocity. Kind of hard to exactly pinpoint where this possible tornado is. If it's anywhere, it's probably just southeast of the Angleton area. There's a little bit of rotation, though there isn't much of it as of this time, which is good news. The Holiday Lakes, Liverpool, Dunbury, the Angleton area, you are under this tornado warning. Let's go to the latest information. National Weather Service in League City has issued a tornado warning for central Barroso County in southeastern Texas until 3 p.m. Central Time. Live in the area, you're under a tornado warning. Make sure to take shelter if you haven't already. And also, make sure to get to the lowest and most interior portion of your home or wherever you may live. That is the most safest spot during a tornado. That is put basically as many walls between you and the tornado as possible, and also again the lowest level of your home. That tornado warning is followed by a severe thunderstorm warning, again just south of Houston. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings in the north central portion of Louisiana that extends into Mississippi as I switch over to the Jacksonville, or should I just say Jackson, Mississippi radar site. And also now over on into portions of western Arkansas and northeastern Texas, where there's a few severe thunderstorm warnings for those regions. Have a few flash flood warnings scattered across southeastern United States, one in northeastern Louisiana and also one in very southeastern Alabama. Though the storms over here in Georgia and Alabama have not become severe warned yet, just some heavy rain falling for portions of the southern areas within these states, though again, no severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings as of this time. They'll still have that tornado warning in southeastern Texas. I'll have the radar site tuned in on this one for the time being. Let's go to the future radar forecast from the NAM model. This is the latest run of the NAM model. Let's go back a little bit so we're able to review current time. This current run of the NAM model going to go forward to around 3 p.m. This is right now. You see that line of storms across the southeastern United States. Not really severe yet across the Carolinas, Georgia, or Alabama, but Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Texas dealing with that severe weather. Let's go forward on into this evening, later on tonight, right around 7 p.m. Eastern time. Still have severe thunderstorms across the Mississippi, Louisiana, and Arkansas region, though I'm really expecting some tornadoes to flare up across south central Mississippi, south central Alabama, maybe even the very western portion of Georgia, and also portions of Louisiana. There's just an incredible amount of wind shear, a lot of energy within the southern portions of the southeastern states like Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana. So just really perfect conditions for tornadoes to develop. Later on to this night, this is for midnight tonight, those pop-up thunderstorms may start to organize into a organized line of cells that form into a squall line across Alabama and Mississippi. You're already starting to see that take place. Now, very late tonight, this is 4 a.m. See that line of storms now into portions of Georgia and southeastern Alabama, maybe even the Florida Panhandle, and just some lighter rain, moderate at times, further on into North Carolina and Tennessee. This is for 12 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. That line of showers still has some energy with it, though the threat for tornadoes has definitely gone down for the on the coast of the Carolinas, southeastern Georgia, and northern Florida. Right around 3 p.m. tomorrow, hopefully all the storms are worked its way on out and just dealing with some light rain in North Carolina and southeastern Virginia. So now let's go on over to the National Weather Service hazards map, the latest from the National Weather Service. You see the area shaded in yellow, that is a tornado watch because conditions are favorable for tornadoes to develop. This is for southeastern Texas, much of the state of Louisiana, and also central and southern Mississippi. You're all under that tornado watch. Area shaded in green is under a flash flood watch for the potential of seeing a lot of rain, possibly 5-6 inches, or maybe even more than that. And also the area shaded in gray is under a wind advisory because windy conditions are definitely possible within the advisory area. Let's go over to the power outage map. This is for the entire United States. We're dealing with minor outage events in both Texas and Alabama. That is still the case, though Texas's outages have gone down. There's only 11,000 customers without power, though Alabama's has also gone down as well, just dealing with 13,000 customers without power, roughly around 30 to 35,000 people. And customers is per customer, not per person. So it's a little more than what this says on here. That's why they say customers and not people. So I'm going to keep this radar up, though right before I do go, let's take a look at the torcons for today, overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. So you have a torcon of 7 through 8 for portions of southwestern Georgia, southern Alabama, Mississippi, and northern Louisiana. Conditions are really favorable, again, within those areas for tornadoes to develop. Outside of that area, the lighter redded area is a torcon of 5 through 6. Then the yellow shaded area is under a torcon of 3 through 4. Atlanta, New Orleans, Little Rock, you're under that torcon. And also the area shaded in light green is under a torcon of 1 through 2. Over to the TRA weather prediction, which has the highest risk you can possibly have on this map. Again, right around where those torcons of 7 through 8 were, western Georgia, southern Alabama, Mississippi, and also northern Louisiana. Then we get into the very high risk area shaded in purple, then the high risk area shaded in red. Again, Atlanta, New Orleans, and Little Rock, you are under that high risk. Then we get into the medium and low risk shaded areas in yellow and green. Charlotte, North Carolina, Nashville, and also looks to be Houston is shaded in that yellow color for a medium risk of seeing severe thunderstorms. Now over to your TRA weather storm hazards. Hazardous areas of southeastern United States. This is again expected today, overnight tonight, and even into tomorrow morning. Highest risk level 5 out of 5 is wind shear. There's again a lot of wind shear within the southern Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana region. We have risk levels 4 out of 5 for tornadoes, hail, wind, and lightning. And just below that is flooding, rain, power outages, and CAPE, all at risk levels 3 out of 5 for again today, overnight tonight, and into tomorrow morning. Going to monitor this one tornado warning, expecting a lot more of these throughout the evening and overnight tonight. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. If you haven't already, make sure to like and share this video. Subscribe to the channel. Also check out the links listed below to my Twitter, Instagram pages, and an invite link to my weather Discord channel. I'll be back in a little bit with branch of information on this tornado warning, and I'll be back sooner if we get new tornado warnings anywhere across the southeastern United States. forecaster Liam back again. Got a new update. We no longer have this tornado warning in southeastern Texas, and right now we are tornado warning free. So we have absolutely no tornado warnings across the United States. Very good news to hear that. Hope it stays like that for quite a while. Though we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings and also a special marine warning for that area that was under that tornado warning in the southern part of Houston, Texas, a little south of the city. Back to storm relative velocity. Let's go back a few frames where that tornado warning was issued. Really over the past few frames, ever since I've really went back to this tornado warning, didn't see much rotation, and they have canceled that tornado warning. Good news to hear that. Those areas within the yellow and blue shade areas are under either a severe thunderstorm warning or a special marine warning. Live in those areas like Texas City, Galveston, Avon, right around those areas, you are under those warnings. So make sure to get safe if you haven't already. So got 13 severe thunderstorm warnings. That is definitely up from once I started this stream. You can already see some pop-up thunderstorms starting in very east central Texas. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in the eastern portion of Texas, and also going on over to the Louisiana border from Texas to Louisiana. A few other severe thunderstorm warnings in Louisiana and also Mississippi, where it looks to be the bulk of the warnings right now are. Got those 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, or I should say 4. One goes on over into the state of Louisiana. Still no warnings across Florida, Alabama, or Georgia, though we now have a few warnings in Arkansas and Oklahoma, and also very northeastern Texas. These storms are just starting to pop up. I'm expecting a lot of this throughout the evening, and a lot of tornado warnings, sadly, for some of the places that were hit very hard by last weekend's severe weather and tornado outbreak, almost exactly where that EF4 tornado hit southern Mississippi. They're right in the bullseye for this possible tornado outbreak. Don't not like to hear that. Though we have a hail report in very northeastern Texas in Lamar County. This was a report of dime-sized hail, a little over a half an inch in diameter. And you've just seen these little pop-up thunderstorms going to be like this all day today. There's another line of thunderstorms in southeastern Oklahoma, west central Arkansas, right around the Fort Smith area. Also some lighter rain once you start getting into the Little Rock area, and some more moderate rain once you start getting to southeastern Arkansas and western Mississippi. 11 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, and also 2 flash flood warnings. Also expecting that to go up later on today, as if you do not see severe weather, you're going to see a lot of rain if you live in the southeastern United States, unless you live in some portions of central and southern Florida. Definitely going to see a lot of rain. So let's go to the future radar forecast from the NAM model for the southeastern portion of the United States. Now this is the latest run, I do believe, and yes it is. Should begin the new run within about an hour or so. Go forward to around 4 p.m. this afternoon, 4 or 5 p.m. Eastern time. See kind of like how it's playing out right now, that line of severe thunderstorms that's trying to get going in eastern Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas, trying to get developed. East of there, have some severe thunderstorms in southern Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. That looks to be the bad stuff is over the ocean off the Carolina coast. Later on this evening, this is for 9 p.m. Eastern time. Still a lot of severe activity across southern Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and also Arkansas and Louisiana. And right around the southern Mississippi, southern Alabama region, also eastern Louisiana, going to see the highest chances for seeing a tornado within that region. Again, right around where the areas that were hit the hardest during last week's tornado outbreak. Now to 2 a.m. tonight, a line of severe thunderstorms develop. Those cells kind of get organized and form a line of storms across Alabama, Georgia, and Mississippi. That continues to make its way eastward late tonight into tomorrow morning. Eventually will get its way across southeastern Georgia and the Carolinas by 12 p.m. tomorrow, and right around 3 p.m. tomorrow, hopefully by then the storms are over the ocean. Just some lighter rain in the North Carolina, southeastern Virginia area. So according to the NAM model, let's take a look and see how much rainfall is expected from this storm system. You see a lot of rain is expected. Some areas could see in central and southern Georgia, central Mississippi, or I should say Alabama, Mississippi, and Alabama could see up to 8 inches of rain according to this model, especially right around the Birmingham and also Atlanta area, both in Alabama and Georgia. A lot of rain is expected, and that's why there's a flash flood watch in effect, shaded in that dark green color for much of Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and also portions of South Carolina. Let me do update this, so if we have any new watches, warnings, or advisories, they will pop up. Looks to be a few new flash flood warnings, though other than that, looks to be about the same. Another area shaded in green, as you know, is under that flash flood watch, so we have an area under a tornado watch in Louisiana, Texas, and Mississippi, because conditions are favorable for tornadoes to develop. And the area shaded in that kind of beige color is under a wind advisory for some gusty conditions. I'm dealing with a few power outages across Texas and Alabama. Those have been getting less over the past few updates. About the same amount of outages in Alabama, 13,800. And Texas is also around the same at 10,000 outages. Those are customers, not people. So right around 30,000, 35,000 customers without power, people without power in Texas, and right around 35 to 45,000 people without power in the state of Alabama. Let's go over to the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be looking at the watches. We currently have, it looks to be 3 tornado watches. Let's start with the latest one. This covers much of western Louisiana and southeastern Texas. Tornado likelihood is high. EF2 plus tornadoes, moderate. Severe wind is high. 65 knot wind gusts, which is about 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts, is low, thankfully. The severe hail and 2-inch plus hail is at high and moderate. So the tornado watch is in effect until 3 p.m. Central Time. That actually has expired 3 minutes ago. So areas that lived in the watch area within these counties here in southeastern Texas, western Louisiana, doesn't look like you're under that tornado watch anymore. Looks like the National Weather Service just needs to update that along with the Storm Prediction Center. Then we have another tornado watch, which is definitely still in effect for portions of southern Mississippi and northeastern Louisiana, where we have a very high chance for seeing tornadoes and a high chance for seeing EF2 plus tornadoes. The only area or the category that's under not a high risk is 65 knot wind gusts at a low chance. So everything else is under a high chance for seeing that risk category. This is in effect until 7 p.m. Central Time for portions of the northeastern Louisiana and southern Mississippi area. Again, EF2 plus tornadoes are high. Severe hail, 2-inch plus hail is high, and severe wind is also high. Not good to hear that. Looks like we have another tornado watch in effect for, let's take a look. There we go, just got that update. So a tornado watch has been in effect now until 10 p.m. Central Time for portions of southeastern Texas, much of Louisiana, and the very southwestern portion of Mississippi. This is a brand new watch, again, in effect until 10 p.m. Central Time tonight. And the chance for tornadoes, EF2 plus tornadoes, is moderate, severe wind is high, and severe hail is also high. Not looking very good tonight, especially over the next few hours. There may be no tornado warnings now, just dealing with 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. But sadly, I am very confident that that will change as I take you on over to the Torcons, 7 through 8 Torcon, right around where that National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center watch was issued in southern Mississippi and also northern Louisiana. Other areas under that 7 through 8 Torcon include southern Alabama and west central Georgia. Gets a little less chances of seeing a tornado, light red shaded area, and also the yellow shaded area. Major cities under that are Atlanta, New Orleans, and Little Rock. Torcon of 3 through 4. Then Torcon of 1 through 2 in the light green shaded area. Kind of hard to see, though it's outside of the yellow shaded area. In the TRA weather prediction for today, overnight tonight, and into tomorrow, it actually has the highest risk category you can have on this map, right around where that same area where that Torcon of 7 through 8 was in western Georgia, southern Alabama, Mississippi, and northern Louisiana. Also in the very southeastern portion of Arkansas. Then you have a very high risk for seeing severe thunderstorms across the purple shaded area, high risk for seeing severe thunderstorms in the red shaded area, and then a medium risk and low risk for seeing severe thunderstorms in the yellow and green shaded area. Going to keep this radar up across the Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Texas region, monitoring 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. Currently no tornado warnings, but again, I'm very confident that will change rather soon. Watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. If you're new to the channel, make sure to like and share this video. Subscribe, TRA Weather, if you haven't already. Check out the links listed below, and also an invite link to my weather Discord server will be in the description as well. Watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. I'll be back in a little while with a brand new update. Hey everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam here with a brand new update on this severe weather outbreak and possibly tornado outbreak later on here in the southeastern United States. Currently dealing with 10 severe thunderstorm warnings, 5 flash flood warnings, and 6 special marine warnings. The severe thunderstorm warnings are across the states of Georgia, Kansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Texas, and those are all the states under these severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's start out in Texas, where there's a special marine warning down here just off the coast, southeast of Houston, and also one in the very east central portion of Texas, near the Lufkin area, east of the Lufkin area. It's a pretty decent cell, some purple showing up in there, probably indication of about dime-size hail, mainly pea-size hail though, if hail is fallen, and that's moving north. That's moving due east at around 45 miles per hour. Over here into northeastern portion of Texas, let me change the radar site so we get a better view up here. Let's go to the Shreveport area in northwestern Louisiana. Severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Texas, maybe some larger hail here as the brighter colors, maybe even some light blue showing up within this severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning, which prompted the warning, has moved out of the warned area for the county of Central Delta County. So no longer under severe thunderstorm warning for that area. The severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Time for southeastern Lamar County. Live in that county, you are under that severe thunderstorm warning. Make sure to get safe because National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for your area. In fact, way out of the risk area, we have a stray severe thunderstorm in southwestern Kansas. This is moving south. You can see some very bright blue showing up on here. Let me turn on this. Indication of 1-inch size hail, almost 2-inch size hail in diameter. I would not be surprised at all if it is larger than that, just looking at how intense the storm looks. Though the Lewis area, that's really the only area under the severe thunderstorm warning city-wise, though the counties of Collier County in south central Kansas and southeastern Edwards County in south central Kansas until 4:30 p.m. Central Time. So not really expecting too much severe weather up here, if any. These are just some stray pop-up thunderstorms that happened in the southwestern portion of the state. Again, most of it is down here in the southeast. Arkansas is dealing with currently no severe thunderstorm warnings. That is good news, though now Mississippi and Georgia and Alabama are starting to deal with some severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's go to the Jackson, Mississippi radar site. Some pretty strong winds with this. You can kind of see that bow in there. That's an indication of strong straight line winds. Let's go to base velocity. It shows you the velocity going way in towards the radar site. And you see going right really close to the radar site, maybe wind gusts of up to 50 miles per hour possible within the severe thunderstorm warned area. This is just east of Jackson, Mississippi, and also northeast near the Morton area, the Forkville, Ludlow area. Those areas under severe thunderstorm warning. Also portions of the east central Mississippi and Alabama border within the cities of Quitman and Butler, also Stonewall. You're under severe thunderstorm warnings. Make sure to get safe if you live in those areas. And also three other severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 in southeastern Georgia and 1 in south central Alabama. And it's because we're starting to see some little individual pop-up cells starting to develop in south central Alabama. And that is because of a lot of energy available within the southern parts of these states, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Mississippi. You're going to see a lot of these, and any one of these has the capability of producing a tornado at any time, as there's a lot of wind shear and energy available for these storms to be fueled by, and also the wind shear to help produce tornadoes. Have a lot of that today. I'm very kind of surprised we have no tornado warnings as of right now, and I'm expecting that to change very shortly. Now into portions of Georgia, getting some pop-up cells also within this state, a little less severe than it will be in Alabama, though we do have one severe warned storm. It's triggered 2 severe thunderstorm warnings by the National Weather Service. Very southeastern portion of Georgia, northeast of the Valdosta area, west of the Blacksnear area, right around the Waycross, Pearson area. This area is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Any rotation within the storm? Actually, maybe a little bit here near, let me see that, the Millwood area. There's definitely a chance for a little bit of rotation. So that's right in between the two cells. So that's most likely just just the two different individual cells. So rotation with that storm is unlikely, which is good news. Those are the 9 severe thunderstorm warnings across the southeastern United States. Have some other flash flood warnings across Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Expecting a lot more of those later, as our chance for maybe 8 inches of rain across portions of Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi becomes more likely. And as these storms fill into those areas, expecting a lot of flash flood warnings across the southeast tonight and overnight tonight. So what's exactly going to happen? Let's go to the future radar forecast from the NAM model. This was the future rainfall. You can see how much rain is expected within the Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi area, even into the Carolinas, Louisiana, and Texas. Up to 8 inches is possible, maybe even isolated higher amounts than that. So let's go to the future radar forecast. Do we have a new model run of the NAM? And yes, we do. Not sure how much has been completed, though it looks to be all of it. So that is good news. So we have brand new information from the NAM model. Let's take a look. So for this is around, I would say, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. See that line of showers across Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, though starting to get rather heavy across the Mississippi and Louisiana region. And let's go forward later on tonight, right around 9 p.m. Eastern Time. That line of showers continues to make its way eastward, more so into Alabama and Georgia. Tornadoes within any one of those cells are possible throughout the night. Again, a lot of wind shear is within the atmosphere, especially across the southern portions, again, of Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Now to 1 a.m. tonight, that line continues to make its way eastward. Still retains a lot of its momentum across Carolinas, Georgia, Alabama, even maybe lingering on into Mississippi and Louisiana. Now into tomorrow morning, that line of showers is now on the coast of both North and South Carolina. Also, still a line of showers in southern Georgia. Will eventually make its way into northern Florida, though right around 2-3 p.m. tomorrow, hopefully that line is worked its way on out. Just dealing with some light rain for North Carolina and southeastern Virginia. Maybe that line barely extended into portions of northern Florida, though I wouldn't count on that. So let's take a look at the National Weather Service hazards map across portions of the southeastern United States. See a lot of different severe thunderstorm warnings here shaded in that orange. We have a tornado watch shaded in yellow across Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas. I believe that is 2 different watches right now across that region. Area shaded in that beige color, those are wind advisories, and the area shaded in dark green, flash flood watches for Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, and portions of western South Carolina. Again, for the potential of a lot of rain to fall in a short period of time across the warned area, or I should say the watched area. Now I've been monitoring the power outage map. There has been minor outage events in both Alabama and Texas. Good news, the outage event in Texas is now no longer minor. It's just a no outage event. There's still some outages, right around 7,000 customers, roughly 15,000, 20,000 people, though it's definitely gotten less since when I first started this stream. Not really many power outages across Mississippi and Louisiana, though still dealing with a minor outage event in Alabama. 13,000 customers without power. That's actually gone up over the past couple of hours. So still dealing with a minor outage event in the state of Alabama. Now we go over to the Storm Prediction Center. Let's take a look at the current watches issued by Storm Prediction Center and also the National Weather Service. Let's see if we have any discussions. It looks like there may be a tornado watch in the southwestern portion of Alabama. Have to watch that. Though right now we have 3 different separate tornado watches. It looks like the one in, let me take a look at that. Actually, we have 3 different tornado watches. One was just issued 9 minutes ago in the state of Alabama and Mississippi. Let's take a look at this one. This is for the counties. And yes, this is for much of southern Alabama and the very southeastern portion of Mississippi until 11 p.m. Central Time tonight. Now, the chance for tornadoes is high. EF2 plus tornadoes is high. Severe wind is also high. The hail and the very strong winds are less likely, though still in the low and moderate ranges. Now we go over again to the current watches issued by National Weather Service. There's 2 more watches. This is for much of Louisiana, southeastern Texas, and also much of southern Mississippi and northeastern Louisiana. I'm going to go back to the radar now. We just got a brand new tornado warning. It's been a while since we had one, and we just happened to get one now right between the border of Louisiana, or I should say Mississippi, and Arkansas, right around where that tornado warning emergency hit this region just last week. You can see where Laurel, Mississippi was hit very hard. This is northeast of that area, near the Quitman and Stonewall area. So let's take a look at this one. I believe this is the proper radar site. Let me just take a look so we do have the right one. And this is a little further away. Let's go to the Jackson, Mississippi radar site. Probably going to get slightly better view of this possible tornado. Yeah, you can definitely see it there. Maybe a little hook here. That could be an indication of that tornado. So this is issued by the Jackson National Weather Service in Mississippi for Clark County in central Mississippi until 4:30 p.m. Central Time. Storm relative velocity. Thankfully, really not seeing too much rotation. Possibly, again, where that little hook was I was trying to develop at least. Though, thankfully, it looks to be rather weak at this time. I'll go over to the debris signature. Also, maybe a slight chance for some debris down there as well. Though, again, it's rather weak right now. And let's hope it stays that way and there's no longer a tornado warning for this area. Though, no major cities are showing up on my map besides the Clark County in southeastern Mississippi, and again until 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:30 p.m. Central Time. I'm going to keep an eye on this tornado warning. Right before I do go, though, let's take a look at the torcons for today, overnight tonight, into tomorrow. Torcon of 7 through 8 for portions of northern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, Alabama, and western Georgia. You can see right where the center of that 7 through 8 torcon, your TRA weather torcon, is right where we have that tornado warning currently. So I'm not expecting just that area to get more tornado warnings. Also, the area is slightly outside of that dark red shaded color into the lighter red shaded color. That's a 5 through 6 torcon. Outside of that, into the yellow and green is a 3 through 4 torcon and a 1 through 2 torcon. TRI weather prediction for, again, today, overnight tonight, into tomorrow. There's a highest risk area, which is the highest risk possible on this map for much of that same region that was under that tornado, the highest tornado threat. Western Georgia, southern Alabama, Mississippi, and northern Louisiana. Then we have the very high risk shaded in purple, high risk shaded in red, medium risk shaded in yellow and green shaded color, which is a low risk for seeing severe thunderstorms. And the hazards with this storm event for today, overnight tonight, into tomorrow for the southeastern United States. Wind shears at a risk level 5 out of 5. There is plenty of that out there. Then we have a risk level 4 out of 5 for lightning, wind, hail, and tornadoes. And right below that is rain, flooding, power outages, and CAPE. All at risk levels 3 out of 5 for, again, today, overnight, tonight, and into tomorrow morning. Go to keep an eye on this tornado warning in the Quitman area in southeastern Mississippi. 1 tornado warning, 10 severe thunderstorm warnings, 4 flash flood warnings, and 6 special marine warnings. Currently all monitoring those right now. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. If you are new to the channel, make sure to like and share this, and subscribe to TRA Weather for all the latest weather news and information. I'll be back with brand new information on this tornado warning in just a little bit, or I'll be back sooner if we get a new tornado warning anywhere across the United States. Hello, everyone. Weather forecaster Liam back again. We have a brand new tornado warning in Texas for Liberty County until 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Central Time. Before I get to that one, let's take a look at this current tornado warning I've been monitoring in east central Mississippi, going on over into the border, on over into Alabama. Over to storm relative velocity. There's a very weak rotation just over the border now into Alabama. It's gotten slightly more organized as you see a few frames back. This is one, this is the other. Definitely some rotation though, again, very weak. 35 miles per hour one direction, 17 miles per hour, or I should say 23 miles per hour, but in the exact opposite direction. So that's where that tornado warning is. Looks like it's starting to get out of the warned area. So if you live in the Lisbon, the Butler, or the Cromwell areas in west central Alabama, expect a tornado warning on top of that severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go over to the tornado warning in Liberty County, Texas. This is just northeast now of the city of Houston. Looks to be we have actually a very pretty well-defined hook echo here. Now we know the counties here, so right around the Moss Hill area, west of the Moss Hill area is currently under this tornado warning. Take a look at storm relative velocity. Definitely tell where that tornado is, definitely where that hook echo was as well. Just west of the Moss Hill area where you're getting those reds and bright blues showing up on the radar. 41 miles per hour one direction and 8 miles per hour, but in the exact opposite direction. This is again in effect until 5 p.m. Central Time. Monitoring these two tornado warnings, one in Mississippi, now on over into Alabama, and one in Texas. We're going to keep the radar on this one. This one looks a little more intense than the other one in Alabama, so still monitoring that one. Watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. Hey everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam. We got a brand new tornado warning in the state of Alabama. Before we get to that one, let's take an update on this one in southeastern Texas, just north of the city of Liberty and also east of the city of both Cleveland and Roman Forest, right over Moss Hill right now. Did have a little bit of a hook before. Let's take a look at relative velocity. You can see we go a few frames back. That possible tornado was right there, southwest of Moss Hill. Forward a few frames. Now it's still southwest of Moss Hill, though weakened a little bit. Still there, though thankfully has weakened quite a bit. And this is, again, for the county of Liberty in Texas until 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Central Time. Let's go over to the tornado warning in Alabama. I believe it's an extension to this one that we were dealing with in the southeastern portion of Mississippi, right around the Quitman area. They have reissued a tornado warning. There's actually a tornado report down here just east of the Quitman area. We have in Clark County, Mississippi, a storm chaser reported this. A brief tornado was spotted about 1 mile east of U.S. Highway 45 near Quitman. It lasted about 30 seconds. Wall cloud continued to show signs of rotation afterwards. And it looks like that wall cloud has now become a tornado as they issued a new tornado warning. Lisbon, Cromwell, and Pennington are under this tornado warning for the Choctaw County in west central Alabama. And this is going to be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Time. Now let's take a look at storm relative velocity. This is a look at the current velocity of this storm. Definitely showing some decent rotation northeast of the Lisbon area. Winds reported of 36 miles per hour in one direction, and then it looks to be 19 miles, 22 miles per hour in the exact opposite direction. So this looks to be probably the most rotation we've seen all day from the few tornadoes that we have seen in north and western Alabama. So if you live in those areas, make sure to get to your tornado safe place, the most lowest and most interior level of your home as possible. Going to monitor this tornado warning, stay on the radar site of this one for a little bit. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. I'll be back in about 10 minutes with a full update on the severe weather threat and tornado threat for the southeastern United States. Hey everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam back again. One tornado warning currently is going on right now in west central Alabama for the Chautauqua County in west central Alabama. Only tornado warning we have currently, back to storm relative velocity. Looks like over the past scan or two, this is slightly weakened, though still definitely rotation there. If you live in those cities or that county I listed, make sure to get safe. There's a tornado warning in effect for your area. Along with that tornado warning, 8 severe thunderstorm warnings, 3 of them being within this tornado warned area. Also one in southeastern Alabama, and also a few across Louisiana and Texas. Also, it looks to be one in Kansas as well, though there's definitely a strong line developing across the Louisiana area. Lots of pink showing up, probably some very strong straight line winds and hail associated with that line. Live in this area in the northern portion of Louisiana and very east central Texas, get safe. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Though now, right between the border of Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas, looks to be a severe thunderstorm warning for that. For that region. Looks to be that cell is starting to weaken a little though, so not as bad as originally once was. Though also into Kansas, one severe thunderstorm warning, not really associated with this severe thunderstorm threat here in the southeast. Just one stray severe thunderstorm warning. Little pop-up thunderstorms happened here. This is just east of the Greensburg area. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for that region. We're definitely going to keep the radar on this one tornado warning here, again in southwestern Alabama. We had this previous cell reported as a tornado, again by Storm Chaser. A brief tornado was spotted about 1 mile east of U.S. Highway 45 near Quitman. In less than about 30 seconds, wall cloud continued to show signs of rotation afterwards. So this storm, this little individual cell has a history of producing a tornado. Make sure to get safe within that region. Though this is not just going to be this one tornado here, going to be a lot of this throughout the night tonight and overnight tonight and even into tomorrow morning. So this is 6 p.m. Eastern time. You see those storms around the Alabama, Mississippi region. That line of storms also trying to get going from those pop-up thunderstorms that happened across Louisiana and Texas. Now forward to 10 p.m. tonight, those line of storms and also pop-up thunderstorms across southern Alabama and southern Mississippi, dealing with some possible tornadoes. In fact, there's a 7 through 8 torque count for that region on your TRA weather torque count, and also a very high risk and highest risk for seeing severe thunderstorms within that region. And not just a line, though, also pop-up thunderstorms, supercells are possible. Starting to get into Georgia now by around 1 a.m. It's into the South Carolina, Georgia area, southern Mississippi, and also southern Alabama and eastern Louisiana. Forward later on to the night into tomorrow morning, that line will eventually work its way off of the coast of the Carolinas and Georgia, just bringing some thunderstorms to the Atlantic Ocean, and it should only remain in the Florida area if it still lingers on past then. And into tomorrow afternoon, looking to be a good day across the southeastern United States. Now let's go to the National Weather Service current hazards across the southeastern portion of the United States. See, a tornado watch is now in effect for portions of southern Alabama, and also not just out of southern Alabama, but into Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas for the potential of tornadoes to be produced. It's rather likely within the watched area. Dark green shaded area under a flash flood watch, and the bright green shaded colors are flash flood warnings. If you live in those regions, you are under a flash flood warning, make sure to seek high ground and monitor that warning as well. We're dealing with a minor outage event in the state of Alabama for power outages, still am, and it looks like that has gone down slightly with only 12,800 customers without power, roughly 30 to 35,000 people. Now over to the current watches. This is the newest watch we have. I'm going to go to this one. This is in the Alabama and very southeastern Mississippi region. Tornado chances are high, along with EF2s and severe wind. Moderate is severe hail and 2-inch plus hail, and 65 knot gusts are at low probability of happening, which is good news. So let's go down a little further, see when this expires. This expires at 11 p.m. Central Time. So if you live within this area, this watch area in southern Alabama and southeastern Mississippi, you are under this tornado watch until 11 p.m. Central Time tonight. So let's go back to the radar. Still one tornado warning. Let's go to our TRA weather torcons for tonight and overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. 7 through 8 torcon for portions of southern Alabama, very western Georgia, southern Mississippi, and northern Louisiana. That's again a 7 through 8 torcon. Normal red shaded area, not the dark red shaded area, under a 5 through 6 torcon. Yellow shaded area under a 3 through 4 torcon, and a light green shaded area under a 1 through 2 torcon. Now over to your TRA weather prediction. We have a highest risk for portions of much of that area that was shaded in that dark red for that 7 through 8 torcon. Western Georgia, southern Alabama, Mississippi, and northern Louisiana. Very high risk shaded in purple, high risk shaded in red, and then medium risk shaded in yellow. And also that low risk for seeing severe thunderstorms on the very edges of the risk map shaded in green. Hazards for tonight and into tomorrow are wind shear at a risk level 5 out of 5. Had plenty of that out there today and tonight. That's just why tornadoes are so high at a risk level 4 out of 5, along with hail, wind, and lightning. Then we have rain at a risk level 3 out of 5, along with flooding, power outages, and CAPE, which stands for Convective Available Potential Energy, for basically to fuel these storms up and produce all these pop-up thunderstorms in the southeastern United States. Right now, 1 tornado warning, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings, 4 flash flood warnings, and 1 special marine warning. Before I take a quick break, let's take a look at this tornado warning one more time. This is in the right around the Cromwell, Pennington area, west of Myrtlewood in west central Alabama, over to storm relative velocity. There is some signs of rotation, though they have lessened over the past few scans. You can see where that possible rotation is right there. It's very broad, and it continues to be broad and also weaken, which is a good sign. Hope that continues. And over to the debris. Doesn't look like we have any of that. So that is also good news. Keep an eye on this tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warnings, and flash flood warnings across the southeastern United States. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. If you are new to the channel, make sure to like and share this video and subscribe for all the latest weather news and information. Watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. I'll be back in a little while with a new update, and also I may be back sooner if I get new information on this tornado warning or if any new tornado warnings pop up anywhere across the United States. forecaster Liam here. Got a brand new tornado warning in Louisiana for Vernon Parish. Let's go there. It's in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Time. It's the west central portion of Louisiana, right where that very intense line of storms was working through the northern and central portions of the state. So let's take a look at this. This is for Leesville, Slagle, Hicks, Himpson, right around those areas. Again, for the Vernon Parish until 5:15 p.m. Central Time. Over to storm relative velocity. You see a little bit of rotation down here, again near the North Fort Polk area, northeast of the new Leano area, east of the Leesville area. There's definitely a little bit of rotation going on here. Over to the Bree signatures. Not really seeing any of that, thankfully, which is good news. Though tornado warning for that parish and also these cities listed within this red shaded box. Again until 5:15 p.m. Central Time. Also with the one in Alabama until, again, 5:15 p.m. Central Time, 6:15 p.m. Eastern Time. This is still in effect for the Pennington area, or storm relative velocity. It's kind of hard to see here because this is not really the radar site I would like to view this with. I'm going to go to the Mobile, Alabama area. Much better view of this possible tornado. Yes, definitely a better view. Still broad rotation. There's not too much of very tight circulation. Again, rather broad, not very high velocity signatures, though definitely still some rotation there. So if you live in the county of Choctaw in Alabama, make sure to get safe, as well as the city, the Pennington city, listed within that tornado warned area. Watch live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. I'll be back in a little while with an update and also new information on these two tornado warnings across Louisiana and Alabama. Hey everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam here with the final update tonight on this severe weather outbreak and possibly tornado outbreak here in the southeastern United States. Currently have one tornado warning popped up not too long ago in southwestern Alabama, followed along with 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, 5 flash flood warnings, and 2 special marine warnings. And those flash flood warnings are starting to pile up, and I'm expecting that also tonight, along with severe thunderstorm warnings and a lot more tornado warnings throughout the evening and overnight tonight. But first, let's get to that tornado warning in southwestern Alabama. Let's go to the Mobile radar site in very southwestern Alabama, get a better view of this possible tornado. So the area in this tornado warning is the Needham area, that is the city, also the land area in southwestern Alabama. National Weather Service in Mobile, Alabama has issued a tornado warning for central Choctaw County in southwestern Alabama until 6:30 p.m. Central Time, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So alongside that tornado warning, this is followed also by a severe thunderstorm warning, which is right around the Butler, Lisman, and Pentagon area, where we actually saw a tornado warning not too long ago. As I go back a few frames, you can see where that original tornado warning was, and we have another one just south of that region. Multiple storm damage reports. This was in Clark County, Mississippi. Emergency management reported both of these. Trees were blown down in the 2000 block of Mississippi Highway 513 north of Quitman. Also just south of Stonewall, emergency management also reported this. Trees were blown down near the County Road 164 and Country Road 165 area, where some rotation was seen and debris was fallen. So reported debris within that area and also storm damage. Now, another report of 54-mile-an-hour wind gusts, Lauderdale County, Mississippi. Peak wind gust was squall line at a SOS site, and this was the key field. So this was a 54-mile-per-hour wind gust from the squall line. This one, in fact, right here, which is currently producing that tornado warning. If you do live within that tornado warning, make sure to get safe. Lowest level, most interior level of your home, make sure put as many walls between you and the possible tornado as possible. One more storm damage report. Broadcast media also in Lauderdale County, Mississippi. Trees were blown down along Gilbert Joyner Road in far northern Lauderdale County. Time estimated from radar, which was about an hour and a half ago, maybe a little more. So those are one tornado warning, one severe thunderstorm warning. The other severe thunderstorm warnings are also in south central Georgia. Let's take a look at that real quick. Just a few lingering cells within this region. Not really expecting too much more activity here until very early tomorrow morning when that squall line makes its way eastward. So right around the Homerville, let me zoom in a little here. Homerville, the Lakeland area, there's some severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for your region. Make sure to get safe if you haven't already. But majority of the action is now in Mississippi and Alabama. There's a tornado warning and severe thunderstorm warning, but now multiple severe thunderstorm warnings with a squall line of showers trying to develop from some storms that were popping up. So multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, southwestern Alabama, very eastern Louisiana, like the Woodville, Gloucester, Liberty, Clinton, Greensburg area. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning for your region. And also some severe thunderstorm warnings for very northeastern Louisiana. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different warnings, 6 including those, 7, 8. So we have one more somewhere. Let me take a look to see if I can find that one, possibly just embedded within these. That looks to be the case. Another storm damage report, very western Louisiana near the Alexandria area. This was in Vernon Parish, public. Trees uprooted and roof blown off a house. Yeah, these storms have been very intense, severe thunderstorm-wise. A lot of strong wind associated with these line of storms. In fact, it's going to get worse throughout the night for Mississippi and Alabama. Multiple tornadoes are expected. It's really supposed to ramp up later on this evening and overnight tonight. So make sure you do have your phone alerts on. The hazardous alerts are on. And also, if you have one, make sure you know weather radio is on and that the radio button is switched to the on position. Also, some flash flood warnings. Western Mississippi, east central Mississippi, and across the Alabama and Georgia border. Also, a flash flood report over here in Tuscaloosa County, Alabama. Source is public, and Kicker Road impassable due to flooding. Getting some decent flooding within that region. So this is going to continue to make their way eastward throughout the night tonight. Let's go to the future radar forecast from the NAM model, the most recent run from the NAM model. Let's go forward to this evening, right around 9 p.m. Eastern time. You see those very heavy, strong, severe thunderstorms across portions of Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, maybe even extended into portions of Arkansas. Now, those have the capability of producing a tornado at any time within that region. Also, very strong straight line winds and hail is expected. Now, forward to 2 a.m. Monday morning, very late tonight going into Monday morning. Rain for the Carolinas, not really totally severe yet. Maybe South Carolina getting in on some severe weather. The majority of the severe weather is in central Georgia and southern Alabama. Also very southern Mississippi as well. That line's exiting your region. Forward again to later on in the morning. That squall line is now on the coast of the Carolinas, very southern Georgia now, by around 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, and should be right around noon time, 12 p.m. Eastern time. Squall lines now over the Atlantic Ocean. Some storms could linger for northern Florida, but just some lighter rain showers expected for the Carolinas and southeastern Virginia. How much rain are we actually talking about? There's a lot of flash flood warnings in effect and also flash flood watches. And I'll get to the current watches and warnings in just a second. So here's the estimated rainfall. Look at that. Possibly 8 inches in portions of Alabama and Georgia. Also 5 inches possible in the Carolinas, Mississippi, and Louisiana. So a lot of flash flood watches in effect for your southeastern United States area. So let me reload the page real quick. Gonna take a look at the latest from National Weather Service. See all those places in the dark green shaded area. Those are under a flash flood watch. South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, all under flash flood watches for the potential, as you saw, of 8 inches of rain, maybe even isolate higher amounts than that. Yeah, the storm's going to dump a lot of rain. Flash flood watches in the bright green shaded areas. Severe thunderstorm watches, or actually we don't have any of those right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings in the orange shaded color. What probably caught your eye the most was the yellow shaded color. Those are tornado watches in effect for portions of Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and very eastern Texas, though that one in very eastern Texas should be expiring rather shortly. So let's go to the power outage map, then let's take a closer look at those severe tornado warnings. Get the latest information, see if we're dealing with any more outage events across the United States. Still dealing with that minor outage event in Alabama. Thankfully, that has been getting better as the day has gone along. Only around 11,000 customers without power, roughly 25 to 35,000 people without power. Next highest state without power is Mississippi at 9,000, almost 10,000 customers without power. So that should start going into the minor outage event category very shortly. Expecting more of those power outages tonight across Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and eventually the Carolinas. Let's go to the Storm Prediction Center. Let me go back on this. This is the previous tornado watch that was issued. Go to the current tornado watches. So there's one that is valid. Let me take a look at this one. This is in southern Mississippi and also very eastern Louisiana. This one right here, you can see where those counties are, is in effect until 7 p.m. Central Time tonight, which is a little over an hour left for that location. They may reissue a new one. I'll take a look at that too. The chances for EF2 tornadoes are high, severe wind is high, severe hail and large hail, all in the high risk categories, according to the Storm Prediction Center. They usually don't issue that very often, so it's not good when you see the categories that high. So we also have another tornado watch, which is, I believe, the one that's going to be canceled soon, or I should say expiring soon. This is in effect until 10 p.m. Central Time. That may get shortened down a little in portions of Texas and western Louisiana over the next hour or so. Tornadoes are high, severe wind is high, and severe hail is also high. Though EF2 tornadoes, large hail, are just the moderate category. So within those counties, most of Louisiana, some portions of southwestern Mississippi, and southeastern Texas under this tornado watch until 10 p.m. Central Time. So again, portions of eastern Texas may get the watch canceled for your area. And our latest tornado watch now for southern Alabama and also the very southeastern portion of Mississippi. This is in effect until midnight Eastern Time and 11 p.m. Central Time. See, that covers much of southern Alabama where we currently have that tornado warning, and we just got a brand new one. I'll get to that in just a second. and also southeastern Mississippi. And there is a high chance for EF2 plus tornadoes, high chance for severe wind, and just a moderate chance for both severe hail and large hail for those regions. So right before I get to that brand new tornado warning, let's take a look at the mesoscale discussions, which is basically what they're talking about and how, if they're going to issue any more warnings. So we have one that was just issued about 7 minutes ago for southern Alabama. This is stated at the greatest severe risk. So let me just read this really quick, and then we'll get to that tornado warning. The severe weather threat for Tornado Watch 123 continues. Tornado threat continues across the southern two-thirds of Alabama. Discussion: early day convection that spread across Georgia has forced a well-defined boundary south and a bit west, arching across WW123, which is within this tornado-warned area. Latest surface observations suggest this wind shift extends from Henry, Butler, Marengo counties in Alabama, immediately ahead of the surge and squall line over the last few hours, and MCV has evolved along the northern edge of a pronounced squall line that is surging east in excess of 50 miles per hour. Thunderstorms have struggled to develop across the warm sector, possibly due to somewhat weak low-level convergence. And while the air mass has warmed across southern Mississippi into southern Alabama, the primary concern in the near term will be the convection to propagate along. While the primary storm mode remains linear with clusters every here and there, strong shear continues to support supercells. There's a lot of that out there today, where the warm sector where storms have struggled to develop. So that was the info on this tornado watch for portions of southern Alabama. That was the latest from the National Weather Service. Now got 3 tornado warnings. This is all from the same tornado warned storm. So they issued 2 different separate warnings. That may be because 2 different separate rotations. Let's take a look at that. Southeast of Butler. So yeah, seeing slight bit of 2 rotations. It's mainly just one extremely broad rotation. See just southeast of Butler and northwest of Campbell. You can see 5 miles an hour one direction and 25 miles per hour, but in the exact opposite direction. But you go way further north, you got 49 miles per hour in the exact opposite direction. So it's a very broad rotation, possibly 2 different areas of rotation trying to separate themselves. That's why 2 tornado warnings have been issued, both for Marengo and Clark counties in very western Alabama until 6:45 p.m. Central Time and 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Any debris being lofted into the air with these storms? Possibly a little bit. It's kind of hard to see. Let me change this scale a little. So possibly a little bit of debris showing up on the radar right there, though that's that may be maybe just some very strong winds, an indication of some very strong winds, in fact, for that area. So right before I go, let's take a look at our TRA weather torcons for tonight, overnight tonight, and into tomorrow morning one more time. So we have a torcon of 7 through 8 for portions of western Georgia, southern Alabama, southern Mississippi, and northern Louisiana. You can see we already have a tornado warning right where that 8 torcon is in southwestern Alabama. So right in the heart of there, that's where we're experiencing our 3 current tornado warnings. Outside of that dark red shaded area, the lighter red shaded area, that is a torcon of 5 through 6. Yellow shaded area, torcon of 3 through 4, and then the green shaded area with torcon of 1 through 2. Though within the torcon 1 through 2, really not a high chance for you guys seeing a tornado. Though there was one over near the Houston area, which is on the 1 to 2 area, so that was not very expected today, though it did happen. Now over to TRA weather prediction for severe thunderstorms. Again, today, overnight tonight, into tomorrow morning. We have the highest risk shaded category in southern Mississippi, Alabama, western Georgia, and northern Louisiana. And we have a very high risk shaded in purple, high risk shaded in red, medium risk shaded in yellow, and a low risk for seeing severe thunderstorms shaded in green. Now over to our storm hazards for the southeastern United States. Again, overnight tonight into tomorrow. Wind shear, as you heard before, very high. You have a lot of that out there. Risk level 5 out of 5. We have tornadoes at a risk level 4 out of 5, along with hail, wind, and lightning. Rain is at a risk level 3 out of 5, with flood and power outages in CAPE, which stand for Convective Available Potential Energy. Basically, the heating of the day, lift, instability, all there. And that risk level 3 out of 5, basically the fuel for these storms. There's plenty of that in the southern portions of Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, even some portions of southeastern Texas where we saw that tornado warning earlier. So right before I go, let's take one last look across the southeastern United States. Let's take a look at the 6 current severe thunderstorm warnings we have. One is in southern Georgia. Let's start there. I'm going to go to the Jacksonville radar site. This storm has reports of right around an inch-size hail in diameter. Most recent reports in Lanier County, Georgia. Nickel-size hail occurring in Stockton. So right around the Homerville, Stockton area, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Get safe if you haven't already. So let's go further to the west, where we have 2 flash flood warnings across western Georgia and Alabama. Again, expect definitely a lot more of those tonight. You saw how much rainfall could fall within these areas. Now, according to radar estimated, over 5 inches just south of Alexander City, near the Clayton area in Alabama, over almost 5.5 inches have fallen. So this radar estimated. Also, a lot of other areas with over 3 inches that have fallen. Not good to see that. That'll cause flash flooding wherever you live, whether you live in any sort of terrain. So they got these 3 tornado warnings. We just took a look at those. Those are mainly in effect until 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time and 6:45 p.m. Central Time. Got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings over here and a brand new tornado warning that just popped up. Let's go to the radar site in Louisiana. Take a look at this one. This is around the McCobb area, the Liberty area, Magnolia, Ski, and the Kentwood. According to this radar, very large hail is popping up, almost around 2.5 inches in diameter up in the sky. Now, it's not quite that large when it makes it to the ground because hail is made of ice. It does melt a little, so probably around golf ball size hail with this possible. You see how the bright blue showing up as indication, again, of very large hail. Take a look at the latest info from the National Weather Service on this tornado warning for northern Helena Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northeastern East Feliciana Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northwestern Tagapaw Parish in southeastern Louisiana, southern Pike County in southern Mississippi, and southeastern Emite County in southern Mississippi until 7 p.m. Central Time. Live in this area or those cities I listed, make sure to get safe. You are under a tornado warning. Over to storm relative velocity, very strong velocity towards the radar, upwards of 71 miles per hour, though 11 miles per hour away from the radar site within a rather short distance. So we're able to see tight circulations with velocity going away and towards the radar site. So that's what we're picking up here. Any debris showing up? Possibly a little over here, though it's rather cluttered, so I would not assume so. So whether there's debris or not, make sure to get safe. You are under a tornado warning along the Louisiana and Mississippi border. This is right around the same area where we had that tornado warning emergencies. Yes, multiple tornado warning emergencies last Sunday. Let's hope that tornado warning does not do the same, especially that this area is in the highest risk for seeing both severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. So if you live in these areas especially, that are still trying to recover from those last weekend's awful tornadoes. EF4 tornado right around the Laurel County or the Laurel City in southeastern Mississippi. Please make sure you monitor tonight's severe weather along with that tornado warning down there, because this is moving northeast at a very fast pace of, according to the radar, near 65 miles per hour. So very fast moving storm. Let's hope it does not do the same as it did last weekend. So along with that, a few severe thunderstorm warnings also for that region, and a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Louisiana. One other new storm reported actually from the cell. This was in West Feliciana Parish in Louisiana. Emergency management reported this. It was reported a tree blocking a roadway in West Feliciana Parish on Highway 967 near 421. So that concludes live severe storm coverage on TRA weather. As you saw with the future radar and the TRA weather predictions and Torcons, There is going to be a lot more tornadoes expected tonight, along with severe thunderstorms, strong straight line winds, large hail, and multiple tornadoes, possibly long tracked and strong tornadoes, are possible. So if you are in the path of these severe storms, I'll put up the prediction one more time, especially within the highest risk, very high risk, and the high risk areas, the pink, purple, and red shaded areas. Make sure to monitor the severe weather. Also, make sure your phone storm alerts, hazardous alerts are on, so you get info from the National Weather Service on the latest severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings. And if you do have one no weather radio, make sure that is on, and also the radio button is in the on position for your area, so you also get warnings from the no weather radio. Thanks for watching severe storm coverage. If you haven't already, make sure to like and share this video and subscribe to my channel, TRA Weather, for all the latest weather news and information. For all those people in the path of this severe storms and tornado threat tonight, everyone in this path, stay safe. I will keep you all monitored and updated on my Discord channel and also on my social medias. Links are there down below in this video's description to my Instagram and Twitter pages. Everyone in the path of these storms tonight and overnight tonight into tomorrow, stay safe.